Morning everyone. We've got a bit of a foggy morning, so we'll see how we go with sight. On course is your first competitor, Mr. Gary White with Barker's Millie. Yesterday the first 4 runs were quite nice. The sheep were not runny. They were just, said this lot is bunched up together. And Had just a light morning fog. You can probably see it sort of in the higher areas of the screen. So just held off on putting the cameras out to the last minute, and Gary was trying to get me not to live stream his run, but a bit of bad luck for Gary there. It's actually been quite a good run, as you'd expect of someone his experience. He's got them all lined up. They're going to come over quite nicely now, and we're off the bridge. Weight of the sheep is back towards the pen, back towards the Dogpro sign behind our judge. So Gary's got Millie parked up on that left side. And they've just blasted past the pen on the wrong side, so he's got Millie to pop around the back and try to bring him back. He's called her to lay down just to take the bit of pressure off, and she did and popped up. Just walking and trying to turn him around. I'll sort of pop out to try to suggest that they should turn around and look at where she wants them to look. They're not too happy, they're stamping their feet. She's almost got them lined up now, but they're going to have a think about popping past down the bottom, but they haven't yet. So the council street sweeper coming past behind us, so hopefully he's got him in and gate shut before he comes past. He's got him, he's just settling him down. Got nice and calm there. He's made sure Millie's walked around as he's going to close the gate for maximum points there. Well done, Gary.
You gotta put a vest on, darling.
Oh, do I?
Yes. Yeah.
Come on, Dad.
Sheep have drifted a fair bit off to the left. The judge did make sure that Commander was happy with where they were, but Bart couldn't pick them up, so unfortunately there's a cross there. Okay, we're a bit more, got some sheep ready to come out again. On course is Paul Prentice with his bad boy Miss Ship, Miss Snip. Just told him he can go, and he's cast Snip to the left. It's got a 9-metre corridor from the point where the judges have decided that he's picked the sheep up. So once he's picked the sheep up, he's got him under control. Ideally, he'll bring him back within that 9-metre corridor. So he'll want him to come down here on his left without going outside those lines. Thank you to the coffee guys again. They brought the coffee up from their coffee van down the bottom of the course. So if you're coming out here, make sure you get a coffee and support the guys who are going to be out here all week. The coffee passes my test, so the Melbourne coffee person, so I think it's going to be pretty good coffee. That's unfortunate. Snip just got a bit confused about what Paul wanted. She's pushed the sheep down the course before they'd come past him. Have to reset, take a deep breath, bring him back up again. And Paul's decided he's going to save the sheep, and wasn't progressing the way he wanted, so he's retired. On course now is Ms. Kylie Victory with Brands Hatch Baileys. The prefix holder of Brands Hatch, I was told, uses different alcoholic drinks as the names of the dogs that under her prefix, and I think most people would have had a Baileys or know what it is. Kylie's secretary of the New South Wales Working Sheepdog Association. I think that's, see if I get that name right or wrong. Probably wrong, but someone can correct me on YouTube if they want to. Sheep have decided to go for a bit of a wander. Wait for them to come back in frame. Of shooting through a window, so going to have a certain amount of vision. the sheep pretty much under control here. Right near the, adjacent to the casting peg, back on within 9 metres. Being it's 9 metre course, that's the left hand side of the course, that yellow marker. So she just needs to get them to come past the, pick up the pole there through that area, and she'll be able to leave the casting peg. Sheep have got a bit runny on her. We're from the start of the run. They've gone to that same spot in the middle of the course. So back down this area here. So in between the the very centre of the course is where they've sort of landed a few times, where they've run to a few times in the last couple of days. So since Kylie's left her casting peg, she has to keep walking at a constant pace. The sheep are just outside of the 9 metre corridor that Kylie needs them into, which will, once she gets them into that corridor, they'll be able to go through the gap. So she wants them over this little line here. Do you swing them around? Well, not that far back, but you get the idea.
Ultra Chew. Mudball. Lunchtime. Mittens. Size 9. Sitting in a hole. All right.
Dogs are gonna dog. Protect yours with Advocate Ultra Chew, the only all-in-one chew that kills tapeworms too. New Advocate Ultra Chew.
Big day. Another one tomorrow. Reliable fuel for dogs who work today and go again tomorrow.
On course is Stefan Cross. Stefan has represented Australia a few times. This is just off the top of my head, so it could all be wrong. But anyway, I'm sure Simone will come over and help me and get me in line at some stage. He actually did fill in a info about himself, so let me try to read some of that info to you. So he's from Strathallan in South Australia. It's in the Fleurieu Peninsula, South Australia. Simone's his wife, manager, boss. His children Melanie, Daniel and Ashley. Cop 1,200 hectares and run 1,000 merino ewes in a feedlot. So, and a feedlot to finish the lambs off. So he's underway. He's actually been trialling for 30 years, so a bit lucky not to have a cross there. Sheep have decided it's time to go for a bit of a stroll. And he's retired. course is Scott Stokes with Gibson's Leo. Gibson's is Jeff Gibson's prefix. Jeff has been here, or is here this week. He's not trialling anymore. He's retired from that, but he's obviously breeding still a good line of dogs. His son's just started trialling the last couple of years, so there's a good chance that this good line of dogs will continue with when Jeff decides to give up breeding. His son might take it over. Scott's been helping with the organisation and setting up the setting everything up here. He was here earlier this week with all the other guys, setting up all the panels and putting all the signage out. He had a big split, so he's decided it's probably safer to retire than knock the sheep up. On course is Rhonda O'Connell. I'll take a bit of liberty here. She's actually says she's from Tara, and just says Queensland. So I think a few people would want me to just yell at Queenslander here. I'm not very good at yelling out things like that. So Rhonda's husband, Jim, runs Border Collies, and Rhonda runs Kelpies. So they've both been handling and trialling for a similar amount of time. I think Jim was saying they first started trialling in just after 1990 when they did a Neil McDonald course. So Quilpy's got the sheep fairly under control. The sheep haven't wanted to be under control today. Just that one sheep is trying to split. It's been the case the last couple of runs. There's been one sheep that's decided to go for a run. So they're still back, right down that back corner again, which is where they've tucked themselves up a few times. I think they're trying to go to the canteen or to get a coffee. It was actually fortuitous. They went straight through the delivery line when they ran back, but going for a bit of a run off course again. Ronda's lost her casting peg now and heading towards that obstacle. So in the open, our leader is Grant Cook with Grass Valley Bluey from yesterday's run. It was the first run yesterday morning, and Grant got a 93. Second is Jim O'Connell with Kamara Philly on a 92.5. Jim was in here doing a bit of commentary before his run, so he had his eye in from that perspective, possibly. Third, Ben Simmons with Deppler's Charlie Parker on an 86. Ben's a school teacher. I think he's got class today, so he's headed back home to South Australia. It's be interesting if he gets to the final to see if he can get back over here. His dad's to look after his dogs. Fourth, Grant Cook with Grass Valley Winger on an 86. So equal third, I should say. Then fifth is Mike Deppler with Deppler's Cap on an 84. And also equal fifth, Gary Barker with All After Wow, also on an 84. Then we have Simon Leaning with Marion Vale Twister on an 82.5 on 7th. And Denise Hoare with Ascot Eden on an 82.5. Followed by Gary Barker with Barker's Millie on an 82 in 9th, and a couple in 10th. Simon Leaning with Alboa Gin on an 80.5, and Bailey Knight with Bales Alice also on an 80.5. That's your top 10 at the moment. The Supreme, this round section has competitors vying to get into the top 20, which is run on Saturday, and the competitors who have the best scores in the top 10 will get through to the top 20, I should say, on Saturday, followed by a top 10 on Sunday. And Rhonda's decided to retire.
You already know one thing. They don't stop. Early mornings, long days, hard work. So what you're feeding them actually matters. That's why I use Dogpro Plus Working Dog. It's proudly Australian owned and Australian made product, built for our conditions, not overseas ones. This is a complete and balanced formula designed to keep your dog in peak condition, high protein to support muscle and recovery, healthy fats to keep their energy up all day, plus essential vitamins and minerals for strong bones, immunity and overall health. And it's not just performance. You'll notice it in their coat, their skin, even their teeth.
On course is John Cantrell with Puma. If you look through the YouTube page, you'll see there's the first couple of videos up there of John walking us around the Geelong course. John didn't travel to Northern last year. The year before, he and Puma won the Improver at Geelong. Underneath his Dogpro top, he's got a Puma wind cheater. So we'll see if we can, if he has a good run, whether he's willing to share that with us. John was a former firefighter. He worked at that for quite a few years. He now works at the sale yards in Dubbo. He's been trialling for over 20 years. He's married to Jackie. I think Jackie's next out. They've been running the Dubbo trial for about 20 years this year. He also runs the sheep section of the Geary Golden Collar. So puts back into the sport, which is great. Puma's his second youngest dog that he's competing with this weekend. He's got 5 that he's competing with. Puma's 3 years old. I'm just trying to show the sheep that pumas, or they're trying to show the sheep that they're not a threat. Just stay together. Don't make a break. This first part of the trial is the most important section. It's a big difference between 3 sheep and yard. In the yard trials, there's no introduction, or very little chance for the dogs to be introduced to the sheep. Whereas in 3 sheep, this is where you can win or lose the trial just by getting the sheep getting the respect for the dog. This is also a large section of the points.
Come on, kid. Stop, stop. Get in, get in, get in. Get up, kid. Come on, kid. Just belt him or something. Come on, kid. Here, get in, get in, get in, get in. Get up, kid. Come on, kid, get up. Get up. Stop. Here, get in. Get up. Yeah, get in. Come on, Kim, get in. Good. Good, good, good. Still make a dash for it. Go on, kid. Go on. Get up, kid. Get up, get up. Get in, kid.
I think John's giving us some commentary on the fly.
Get in, kid, quick.
Sheep just haven't wanted to move off Puma.
Thanks, gentlemen.
And John's decided to retire. On course now is Jackie Cantrell. John's better half. Also from Dubbo, you'd expect. That's where John is. Jackie works at the Tauranga Western Plains Zoo. So Jackie's an elephant keeper. Pretty good job. She's been a keeper there for 17 years. So her dog is, this is Knight's Arthur, 6-year-old Border Collie bred by Barry Knight. He's a relatively new dog to the team, so I'm not sure if I'll find out a bit more whether they got him off Barry, whether directly or whether it's come from someone else. Jackie used to compete on horses, which is usually gives fairly similar training at the beginning. Pretty sure we've got 2 competitors here this week that worked at Tauranga Western Plains Zoo. Yeah, Scott Smith's here also. So Scott also is a zookeeper there. I think he works with the rhinoceroses. Jackie's just trying to get to her set before the sheep go through. Dog's done a good job of holding the sheep so she can get into position. Just has to work him back across the face of the obstacle without them ducking around the side. It's just a real balancing trick now. Bit of success there, which is excellent. She's left her set. Sheep are on course still. They haven't popped out. Quite often they've made a run through there. I've given it the commentator's curse, but they've got this draw back to where the lead is, which is just behind them there, or just behind the dog. You can see where the flags are on the ground. That's where they've come out to the course. So dog's done a good job there, just bringing them back up to Jackie. They want to be within 9 metres. Each of those, the gap between each of those little obstacle, these little cones on the ground here is 9 metres. And they're going to partly go through the obstacle before Jackie gets there, but that's okay, she'll just bring them back. See, they're just behind the obstacle now, so she's going to get her little dog to bring her back behind her and then try to line them up for the obstacle. There's Jackie's got them through the gap, through the race, and she's left her set. She'll have a timepiece on her, so she'll know how much time she has left. Sheep are just trying to hide behind that obstacle. You can see that the fog from this morning's cleared. Oh, they've had a bit of a run. Gone past the obstacle, so Jackie will need to work him back and back onto course. Edge of the course on this one is marked by these markers here. Just working back around to try to line them up for that bridge. Had a few trials tell me once the sheep learn they can get between the handler and the obstacle that they'll do it a number of times, especially on the pen. So that's twice now. We'll see how they go. So unfortunately she's run out of time, but she had a good go there. She's happy with her little dog. That's the most important thing.
Ultra Chew. Mudball. Lunchtime. Mittens. Size 9. Sitting in a hole. All right.
Dogs are gonna dog. Protect yours with Advocate Ultra Chew, the only all-in-one chew that kills tapeworms too. New Advocate Ultra Chew.
On course is Tammy Conroy from Queensland. She's a farmer and stock transporter. about herself. She says she's the mum of one keen little stock trialer, well known as H. She's represented Queensland at the Utility Championships previously with Shandar Pink. This is Anderson Skunk. It's won her first 3 sheep on her 2nd birthday and placed in yard, utility and 3 sheep. A real all-rounder, which is what you want from your dogs. She hasn't quite got her sheep settled yet. A really quick introduction, so they're buzzing around a little bit. She probably just wants to try to settle them before she continues much further down the course. Skunk seems to be able to put a few blocks on there, so they're not getting away. So it'd be a good chance to settle them now while she's got time up her sleeve. Nicely done. They've gone through that little gap in the delivery area, but they've had a bit of a run now, so Skunk's going to have to go and block them and bring them back on course. They're mobbing up now, not splitting like they were earlier few runs. Unfortunately, they've gone through the gap before Tammy got to the set. That little, I call it a hula hoop, but the circle that she's standing in at the moment. So Skunk will need to bring those sheep back. So you can see the edge of that area that Skunk's got the sheep. So they're from compared to where Tammy is. So that's the 9 metres there. So she's got to bring him back about 12 or 13 metres. She just wasn't able to hold him before Tammy got to the set. Now some competitors try to bring the sheep straight back through the gap, just so that they understand that that's a area they can go through, but they haven't wanted to do that for Skunk. They must have seen that as a barrier. Just working him around trying to work him around the front. He's got him well positioned now. Lining up to go through the gap. She's trying to put the right amount of pressure on and succeeded. So the trick now is just to block them so they don't go off course again. You'll be able to see here that Skunk has the sheep within the 9 metres, within 9 metres of Tammy's. She doesn't want them forward or backward from her more than 9 metres. She's got one that lagged behind her, just was trying to think about going to that let out area where they came out from earlier. Skunk's held them up by the time he gets to the set. You can see she's just almost there. And she's in her set now. She'll see if you can get the sheet to go through, but they've decided to have a slight split on her. And Skunk will need to go and pick him up around the other side, bring him back. Just working him back now towards the obstacle. Still needs to bring him around the back of the obstacle, which Skunk's almost done. Not so sure if Skunk's a he or a she, but looks like a she. Just on the bottom side of that obstacle, just needs to move him up a metre or so. So that doesn't happen. And they're going to try to beat the dog now. She's done a good job to get back there and block him up. Tammy's still got plenty of time left. Here we go, got it lined up now. And they back out. Skunk's going to go around and cover him. A bit off course there, probably another 9 metres off course. Tammy was just waiting on the other side to see if they come back on course. Skunk's bringing him back now. Still outside those markers that you can see on that they've just come over now, but they're on course now. It's running a little ahead of Tammy, but she's decided to walk at the pace that she's walking at, so that's probably worked well. She's actually able to done a little block and stop the sheep coming out to the middle, which is what they've been doing all weekend. So you can see she's getting them lined up, and they're going to try to run past that side. The Skunk's got there to block them. Going to try the other side now. Heading towards a put away. She's got plenty of time left. Just snuck across course. Tammy's moved Skunk down to the bottom. Try to bring him up towards the pen. Just coming around that set that Tammy's standing in. She's standing at the very front of the set to try to stop them going between the gate and her, like I've done there. She's made herself side on to the sheep, so if Skunk can turn them around, she won't be a block. So, and that's worked well. She's rolled them between them. The sheep are going to try to make a little bit of a break. She's got plenty of time still. She's got nearly over 3.5 minutes, 3 3/4 minutes. And she's rolled them past that edge of the gate this time. They're looking to go back around there, but she's called Skunk over. Getting close. No, escaped again. It looks like the one these Skunk's going to have to work on to get in the pen. Just trying to make sure they don't bolt around the other side yet. They haven't worked that part out. They're going to try to go between Tammy and the edge of the gate. Nice little block there. They convinced that leader it's a good thing to do to go to the back. And Tammy's actually left her set. She's going to close the gate because they're right in the back and they're not looking to come out. That's nicely done. She'll be happy with that. Big pat for her dog. On course now is Simon Leaning with Marianne Vale Kipper. Simon's one of the Western Australian representatives who travelled over for the Ted Gabby. In Geelong a couple of years ago, Simon did a heap of commentary. We've asked some competitors if they can come and commentate. We haven't asked Simon yet, but Grant Cook has volunteered him. So we'll see if Grant's actually asked him or not. Keep saying, ask Simon. he is very good at commentary. Watching and you want to comment, just jump onto the chat area of your YouTube and you can put your comments in there. We'll flash them up on screen. I went through past the casting peg and made a bit of a bolt for the left-hand side of the course, or the right-hand side of the course. You can see they're behind the pen. So Simon hasn't left his casting pole yet. He's going to try to bring him back across to him. He's trying to be within the 9 metres of the where the sheep are, so that as he travels down the course, he can keep the sheep within 9 metres of himself. So you can see there's one like a line across there, a line across there. My lines are that's pretty average lines, but you get the idea. There's lines, imaginary lines between each of those markers on the ground. Brought the sheep in behind him, but they made a bit of a run, looped around and off course again. So Kip hasn't quite got them under control yet. So Simon's in his set. Fortunately I missed that, but he actually got Kipper to stop and get him through the gap. So he'll now start towards the race. You're just waiting for the sheep to sort of be a bit calmer. Kipper's got them under control. They're slightly off course. You can see where Simon is in relation to them. They're probably just over 9 metres behind him. Actually, looking up out from where I am, you can see that I can actually see that they're within 9 metres. So he's doing well. Just he got Kipper to hold him while he walked past. He's trying to sort of do a hesitant step so that they stay within 9 metres. Doesn't want to turn his body and put too much pressure on the sheep, because that'll push him back towards that let-out gate. So we've got him about where he wants them. He's just trying to line them up for the race. There, straight through. Come out a little far, so there's a couple of points. I'm not sure if it's 1 point deduction. It's within 9 metres. So just working him back into the course. He's left his set. And he'll want to wander up towards that bridge. Keep the sheep within 9 metres. Nice little block there, just probably a point. Judges might not have seen that because they've gone around towards the bridge. They don't have instant replay like we do. So the breeze is coming from the opposite direction to what it was yesterday. Simon's just trying to roll them around towards the bridge. Unfortunately, they hit a break and a cross. judges asked for different sheep. The sheep haven't come off the fence there, so he's just going to get them to reset. Little put away dogs coming out just to grab those sheep.
How are you? Good. Hey, Lisa. Hey, mate. Maybe the same. Maybe she's running around too much. Yeah, before. Yeah.
Sheepdog Workers Association. I can send you a link.
They have Sheepdog Workers Association. Workers Association.
On course at the moment is Anthony Moore and Collie Creek Flex. Anthony's from Crow's Nest in Queensland. He's a firefighter. He's been trialling for a couple of years. He's got a small farm with cattle and sheep and permanent firefighter in Toowoomba. He's nice and calmly moving his Flex and him are working together quite well to move the sheep around the course. He's got them lined up for the race. He still has quite a lot of time on his hands. He's got over 7 minutes. So he's used 8 minutes to get to this stage of the course. Well, that fog that was around this morning has lifted, and we've got a nice breeze coming in. Says it's 15 degrees at the moment.
Dear Kilroy, thank you for the courtesy of sending a copy of the bill.
No, it's nicely done. He's convinced them to go through that race. Onto the other side, he's just bringing Flex up to make sure they clear that last area, that last little gap. He's done that, and they've just decided they would try to run off course, maybe one foot outside.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Anthony Moore is on course now. Anthony Moore is from Queensland, and you've been told he's a firefighter. He's working Collie Creek Flex with a Queensland registration. It's a beautiful day out here today. Rain was suggested, but it hasn't come as yet, thankfully. And the temperature's 15 degrees Celsius. He is at the bridge right now, and you can observe what's happening. Moving his dog back and forth in an arc shape, trying to get the sheep to look up at the bridge. They're looking but not particularly keen to go. During the trial here, some of the sheep have, once they've started over the bridge, continue going quite successfully. On 2 occasions, they have got halfway up and stopped. And that requires the dog to be sent up, which is a very frightening thing for the dog. But he successfully completed that obstacle. It looks like a reasonable run so far. Sheep look calm. Relax with the dog. And Anthony has very fine control over his dog. Flex. With the luck he's been having in the trial so far, those sheep may just walk straight in. Flex has been sent round to block them coming around the wing, and hopefully when they've stopped grazing to move into the pen. Well done, little dog, but you go, ooh, he moved too soon and blocked the sheep from going in. They seem, no, he's not having the success he ought to have. But they're in now, and Flex is seated, going to move, hopefully, yes, keeping the gate space closed by his presence. And that should be a very good run. We'll have a score for you shortly. The next trialer is Paul Darmody. Paul is well known to sheepdog trials. He's been the Australian president. He's a member of the New South Wales Council. He has won the Supreme on an occasion and has always been a strong competitor and a supporter of a group of ladies who run the Bug and Door, that's near Canberra, Sheepdog Trial Association, and also assists with running the Nationals at Hall in Canberra. He's been a competitor for many, many years. I remember about 15 years ago, I had to speak to him about a matter, and I rang him up and said, "Paul, it's John Eads. Are you able to speak?" His prompt reply was, "Just let me close the gate first." He has a sense of humour.
Thanks, fellas.
An average of 88.5. Whether the sheep are different this morning or the dogs are better is a question you can decide when you see more of the trials.
You're just wandering around the park having a feed. Yeah. It's all right, mate.
Too easy, yeah, I didn't want to go. Sheep are running around mad. After lost a lot of points. So, but you'll be right.
I thought you were a nice gentleman, mate.
Have a good run, Paul.
Recalcitrant sheep, another moving head. One of our judges still has the flag up. Going to decide whether to let the dog be cast or alternatively call for the sheep to be removed. And he's decided to have the sheep put away, and Paul's been taken off the mark while that occurs. The purpose is to try and have the sheep in front of the let out, far enough out that there's ample room behind them where the dog can get around, and all have the same starting point. When the sheep go too far off course for the cast, there's the option of the judge saying, come off the mark and we'll get you 3 more sheep. And that's what occurred here. It's not uncommon. Sometime in those circumstances, the judge will ask the trialer whether he wants the sheep or not. But here the judge makes the decision. Our previous trialer had obviously different sheep, or this is a different dog. Well, the sheep were drifting. It's not inappropriate. The dog's name is Drift as well. After an untidy start, the lift is draw is coming along reasonably well. Little bit off course, so a new imaginary 9-metre line has started again. That's a point. That 9-metre course, imaginary, is 4.5 metres either side of the trailer, and the sheep. So it doesn't take much to go out. Successfully completed the turn, came on course, but tragically went off course. Drift wasn't quick enough to block them. This isn't the run Paul wanted. Still off course, but slowly moving towards the gap. This Supreme course was voted on in the Tasmanian Supreme in the early 2000s. And it was slightly similar to the Victorian course with the gap. New South Wales had winding peaks. So, having voted on by the Australian Association en masse, it was decided and has been the course for many, many years. I've judged that course once or twice and found the easiest way to do it was walk straight down rather than try and walk around the outside, particularly when you've got a very large oval. But here with two judges, we have one in the cart going right around the outside and the other walking, not straight up and down, but in a half circle. That'd be tiring. But Ken Robinson has been doing it for some years and is extremely fit. Dan, how many years have you been doing the recording of the dog trials?
2017, I think.
So over that almost 10-year period, you've learned a lot about trialling. Do you do any trialling yourself?
I attempted to do a yard trial. Which talking about?
With a kelpie or a collie in the yard? You don't see many coolies around.
say they're sometimes not as easy to teach. Sometimes they're soft temperament, but can be hard of mind and stock. So which means you need to have you need to learn, like any stock dog, you need to learn how to teach them so that you don't teach them the wrong way. And being a city-based person, I didn't learn that until everyone says you spoil your first dog, you wreck your first dog, your second dog, your third dog, your fourth dog, your fifth dog. I think I'm only on about my fourth, so haven't got there yet.
Well, each dog has their own personality with the sheep. Some get on very well with them, others don't. But where did you go yard trialling? Victoria?
Yeah, Victoria. I think I started at Bairnsdale. Threw myself in, and I think the first encouraged trial was at Bairnsdale State Championships. So it's probably a mistake.
I know it's an encouraged trial. At least at the championships you'll see quite a few very fine dogs.
Yes, that's for sure. It does teach you a lot about stock movement, and doing a lot of schools over time. You learn. One of the things some of the teachers teach you is to actually move the sheep yourself, so you work out exactly where the eye of the sheep are. And it's really good. The other way to learn a lot is to jump on the let out and try to move them around the let out area nice and calmly. It's very surprising, just a bit of pressure, even with a hand around the eye of a sheep will turn that sheep in, and that gives everyone a nice calm stock when they come out. If you're just moving them calmly around that let out area, it's the most important part of the whole trial, actually, in my opinion, the let out.
Well, I know that Tony Whitehead will agree with you on that. He's worked at many let-outs, at many trials. These sheep are being a little recalcitrant, not willing to turn. Well, I couldn't understand that public announcement, but it was apparently another cafe has opened somewhere on the ground. Yes, could be down near the novice section. Not what Paul would have wished. He's trying to get the dog back, taking pressure off the sheep, but Drift wants to come in. He's obviously enjoying himself because his tail's wagging. This weaving around the sheep doesn't seem to be moving them. He came over and they started to move, and then he went back and blocked them. Time's running. 2 minutes 30 seconds left. If he can get the bridge and get a good run, he can still get the pen. Finally, perseverance has worked, but Paul's got 1 minute 21 seconds. It's possible. He's checking his screaming bitch. That's the timer many trialists have for counting down their time. Failure to get the pen is 20 points. About 30 years ago, the New South Wales Yard Dog Association had a discussion as whether the pen would be an obstacle for points in yard trials. It took 1 or 2 meetings over time to agree, and now in yard trialling, at least in New South Wales, the pen is an obstacle with points, and failing to get it means a loss of points. Certainly it's consistent with what's occurring in 3-sheep trials for many years. And tragically, Paul's time has passed without getting the pen, and I'll hand you over to Simon, who's going to be a new commentator for a while, give you a chance to have a break. And the next worker is Bailey Knight. Simon, over to you.
Advocate Ultra Chew. Mud ball. Lunchtime. Mittens. Size 9. Sitting in a hole. All right.
Dogs are gonna dog. Protect yours with Advocate Ultra Chew, the only all-in-one chew that kills tapeworms too. New Advocate Ultra Chew.
So we're back live. Bailey Knight takes his place at the handler's post with Bales Tink. Black and white, rough-coated border collie, and he sent him off to the right-hand side. And the sheep this morning haven't played very nicely. They've been a little bit difficult. Just leaning down to the right-hand side of the ground from where we're viewing. And it's like a running downhill there, and they like to get into that back corner if they can. But Tink's done a good job. He's got deep. Picked them up, and he's got them heading in the right direction. So good start for Bailey. So for the ideal run, Bailey's got to get Ting to bring those 3 sheep down to his left-hand side and bring them around behind him. There's an orange marker post directly behind Bailey. He puts them between there for the perfect score. And he's just having a little introduction now. You can see the sheep, big wethers, clean shaven. Been a dry season, so they're a little bit hungry at times. And they're just facing up to the dog right now. Let's see what the dog's got in him. And these little confrontations, the dog's got to win. If he wins here, he might have less of a confrontation at critical points around the trial ground, the bridge or the race, or even the pen. If he can win these battles early and impress these sheep and get close enough to work him, things will go a lot better. And Ting just moving out to the left-hand side. The sheep just drifted a little bit, but they're not running, which is a good thing. Bailey, very experienced trialer from Queensland. Represented Australia last year in the Test Series over in New Zealand, and did a terrific job to bring home the prize. And here he is in the Supreme Championship, trying to get a berth in that top 20. So here they go. They've got him moving now. And just got to be careful here they don't take off. And Bailey's onto it. He's got on early, got those sheep blocked up, put up little fences. And now he's going to try and get them to walk down that corridor. Bailey's got to carry him on his right-hand side in that corridor, and it's clearly marked for the 10 spoils, so the judges can get in position, and each time the sheep steps out of that, they'll deduct a point or 2, and then just broken back again onto the left-hand side. So it looked good for the moment, but the sheep are not playing. Not too costly. 3 blue taggers this time. They've been a mix. Red and blue tags. So between 4 and 5 year old wethers. Ewes were used in the Interstate Challenge earlier, and they really put it to the dogs. And these wethers have been a little bit better to work, but this morning, with the threat of a storm a little bit later this afternoon, I think they just sort of got a bit stirred up. The sun's out, it's warmed up. And the sheep are working much better. Away they go off to the right-hand side. They've got a head of steam up now, running. And they've broken off, and Bailey's away. Try and manoeuvre them back into that corridor. But any pressure out to that side of the ground brings them back to the let out. And those big long legs of those wethers, they can carry them pretty quickly. And little dog's holding the head, just trying to steer them back on course. As he approaches that gap now, first obstacle, and they may even go through it before he gets there. And lined up nicely, he's put a block on. hold them up. They're walking. Bailey needed the big strides, couldn't quite make it. So he has to rework that obstacle. They've gone through it before Bailey gets stepped into the circle. If that last sheep had any part of his body sticking back through the obstacle as Bailey stepped into the circle, he could have continued. But they beat him to it. So, well, at least they know the way. He'll be thinking. They know where to go. Here they go again. They're lining up. Oh, they've gone around the side. And they just skip along, and they're not running, but they just cover the ground quickly. Can get away from the dog. And that big draw back to the lead out there. They want to go home. He's got another run on. Dog's giving him plenty of room. That's that sheep on the left. That's the leader. That's the one that's going to send them through. The big guy on the left now seems to be a plotter. We'll see what he does later. But at the moment, it's that sheep in the middle. Stomp of the feet. Bit of a challenge. Steers them back towards that opening. Away they go. There they go. Straight through. Now, the big guy's taken over. He's away at the front. And Tink out and around. Catches them. Bailey holds his position for a moment. Tries to bring them back on course. And then he'll step off. Perfect score's 100. And I'm not sure anyone will get them on these sheep at the moment. They just don't want to play. And they're what they call point pinchers. They just sit outside those corridors. You can see the big guy's now taken over. He wants to get back to the let out. Leading out. The dog's on the head. Blocking him up. The other two just pretty happy to tag along. Bit of a run. Heading towards the fence. Oh, he's just broken past the obstacle and away he goes. He's got a head of steam up that one. That's exactly what Bailey didn't want. He had him going all right, but you could see that sheep. He wasn't happy, and Bailey's decided there's no point in this. And he's handed in the trial and decided to retire.
Big day. Other one tomorrow. Reliable fuel for dogs who work today and go again tomorrow.
So Lee Jamison takes his position on the handler's post. Judge is happy, sheep are out. Riverborn Fran sent out to the right-hand side. A lot of the handlers are sending their dogs out to the right. Just that downhill stretch there where the sheep like to run. And the little white dog, Fran, picks up the point of balance. Lee, all the way from Tasmania. represented earlier in the Interstate Challenge, did a good job. He's now out here for the Dogpro Supreme. And 3 pretty even sheep by the look of it. No standouts at the moment, but there's got a little runner, a little skip in its step, and you can see straight away that white dog draws the sheep. His head's right up in the air. And Fran tippy-toeing forward. She's avoiding that front one. She's come out to the left. Wants to turn their heads around, but they're rotating with her. How brave these little dogs have got to be to confront the big 3 sheep, 3 wethers. They don't want to play. And she's just moving a little bit left, a little bit right. She's rolling them. There we go. Got some movement. Nicely done. Nice little pickup. He's just let them get away a little bit there. Needs to straighten them up. And the heads are in the right direction now. So very, very important part of the trial, that introduction, that first contact. And the dog arrives and introduces herself. Explains to the sheep that she'll be escorting them around the course, and the sheep have got to either comply or fight, and sometimes they fight, sometimes they flee, and sometimes they just drop in the line and do it beautifully. Fran just getting out a little bit too far for Lee. Sends her back. You can see they're leaning to the right still. Oh, and it's that horny one that looks like it might be trouble. He's put himself in the middle now. He's a bit smaller than the other 2. And Fran knows she's picked him. Look at her, straight onto him. Nose to nose. Oh, he's had a run. She's onto it. That was a nice little break and little cover. It's quite a pressure situation right here at this winding peg. The sheep's first contact with the human. Judges in the background. He's got to bring him around behind him and try and do it in a nice way, so they just lead off. But they go, oh, she's had a bump. Had to. Got him started. And they're just ringing at the moment. No one's willing to take them around behind Lee. He's got to stay cool, doesn't want to upset him. Little Fran, look how big she's making herself. Chest up, head up, going nose to nose. You move, you move. She gave him a little bump, kicking up dust. And they haven't been impressed yet. They're still wanting to take ground off her. And she's right onto that horny one now. Good girl, little bump. And she can impress them here. It might pay off later. Just got to try and what we call break the sheep in, break them down. She rolled that horny one again. Still looking to go somewhere, anywhere else than where Lee wants them to be. And that sheep. Fran's working hard. They'll free up once he gets around them, I think. They'll start to want to go downhill and they'll run a little bit more. And just a bit tough at the moment. Competitors here from all over Australia, travelling big distances. Very big trial. A few from Tassie, few from WA. New South Wales, Victoria. And of course the home state Queensland and South Australia have brought a squad across as well. And out there now is Lee Jamieson from Tasmania, showing his skills with little dog Fran. She's inched him just a little bit past Lee now, so if she can get him to look, they'll see there's a window of freedom. But it's slow work. She's really is inching them bit by bit. She's not able to get them to move and flow. I just keep rotating with her and looking at her, and that's the problem with white dogs sometimes, and they tend to draw sheep. Oh, she's giving her a little nip. That was good work. Will that work? Will that impress them enough? He's coming back for seconds. She's going in. They just got back past Lee again. This is becoming quite a battle. What more can she do? She's tried everything. She's bumped him. She's jumped him. She's positioned herself. She's nipped one on the nose even. But so far, the sheep have been quite stubborn. And a little bit frustrating, really. It's a fine line between getting them to settle and relax and getting them to move. And she's got them a little bit too cocky, really. Those sheep just don't really care. They don't care, have to move. They don't feel they have to move, so they're not willing to move. And every time she takes up a new position, the sheep are rotating to look at the dog. They're not looking where they need to go. Oh, she's coming again. She did pretty well. Didn't make contact. She gave him a good little bump. That's that big tall sheep off to the left. He just doesn't care. And maybe if he can move that horny one, the one that was a bit lighter earlier, maybe if that one will go, it might take him somewhere. It becomes a time issue now if she doesn't get a move on. Here we go, we got some movement. Points their heads down that corridor. Trying to keep her off the head, get out of that confrontation. Steer them from the shoulder. And again, they've just stood up. Here we go, maybe. And Lee's decided to go. He's going to lead them off. Nicely done, turned them well. Now the problem of leaving behind becomes a problem, but he's got them going. And away they go. That took a few minutes to get them around that winding peg, and Lee will probably need to get a move on, I guess. 15 minutes to complete the trial. It's a big course. 4 obstacles to get through. And he's heading downhill to that first one now, and the sheep have decided to have a bit of a rest. And each time he walks past one of those tennis balls, he'll be leaving them behind if he doesn't keep them within his 9 metres. You can see the judges both in good position to read that. Oh, they've had a little run now. And Fran's got them. She's right in the right place. Well, they're still going. She's breaking out too far, and they've just taken up that ground. And the little dog felt that that's where they were heading, so she put herself there, and they just drew back onto her again. So Lee has to reload, start again, get them all working back towards that gap. Oh, and she gives them another bump. It's just not working, is it? They just don't care, and that must be frustrating for Lee, because you couldn't ask anything more of this little dog. She's done everything she could to get them to move, and they just don't want to move. So another little bump. He's got to get him around in front of that gap. He's just manoeuvring him slowly. A 15-minute trial, and he's used a fair chunk of it already. Countdown's on, 4 minutes left, just over. He'll really struggle to get around now with the way they're working. And a lot of these top guys, they use their first early dogs just to get a feel for the course, feel for the job, and bring out the big guns later. So Lee's getting some time out there, just trying to learn a little bit about these sheep for his later runs, perhaps. And he stepped out of the circle and decided there's no point in this, and called it a day. Tough trial. We'll be back with more in a moment.
Advocate Ultra Chew. Mudball. Lunchtime. Mittens. Size 9. Sitting in a hole. All right.
Dogs are gonna dog. Protect yours with Advocate Ultra Chew, the only all-in-one chew that kills tapeworms too. New Advocate Ultra Chew.
Takes his place at the handler's post. Kamara Toke. Black and white, smooth-coated border collie. Sent it left. Let's see what happens. You can see straight away they're heading off down to that bottom corner. And that's the trap of sending them that way. They don't seem to sit and wait. So the line has changed. He's got to bring them in a straight line from there, and he's got a bit of a challenge right on at the moment because that big guy at the front does not look happy. What a difference this little dog's had on these three sheep compared to Lee's run earlier, where they just stood and looked at the dog. This little dog's got them jumping on the spot, so certainly makes a difference, the presence and power of the dog. And he's got them running a little bit, but they're heading straight. And Jim O'Connell all the way from, well, not all the way, he's just down the road really, isn't he? He's a local Queenslander. Got selected in the Australian team through the Interstate Challenge. Had 3 good runs on the ewes that they put out for us. He managed to handle them better than some and made the team. Congratulations to him, and hopefully his success continues and he tries to put himself in the running for the Supreme Championship, the Dogpro Supreme Sheepdog Championship. And the sheep have just settled a little bit now. They're starting to lean on the dog. She arrived with some enthusiasm and energy, and the sheep felt it, and they got a bit spooked. And now she's got very close to them. Tippy-toeing in, got them rolling, nicely done. And pretty upright dog. She's got to work them round behind Jim. She's got them pretty well positioned. And just rolling around, nicely done. And they come back again. She's pretty quick to read the sheep and see how quickly she gets into position. Seems to be having a little more ability to move the sheep. Not quite as challenging to this dog. Got them good position now. Hopefully can just bring them behind, rolling them. And Toke steps in. And tail nice and low, nice and relaxed. Looks like a cool customer, this dog. And Jim's done that in pretty good time. There's a look, lines himself up. Away he goes. Nose to nose now with Toke. Turns them around, heads them in the right direction. Just a little bit off course, just off to the right. Now they're coming into the corridor. Toke's there just blocking them up. They want to head for home. They want to go left. And all their weight's that side. You can see them still walking at the dog. And Jim straightens them up with his walk. That was pretty handy. Toke's on the head again, blocks them up. And that's really where you want them, right in the middle of the corridor if you can. As soon as they start skirting that line, they start taking points off. And Jim keeps walking, straightens them up again. And Toke holding the weight on that side. Nicely done. Just that little bubble off at the beginning, but since then they've been pretty right on course. And Jim about to step into the handler's circle now. Just let him slip past him and got behind. And now they're putting it to the dog. They're walking at him. Toke's up to the challenge. Gets them going again. They've headed home. Headed down towards the casting peg. Costing a few more, so. Still in the game. Not ideal. A little bit difficult to impress these sheep. He wants to impress them but not scare them. He doesn't want them to be fleeing. He wants them to be walking. Here we go, heading to the obstacle now. Oh, she just ran a little bit too far and pushed them through between Jim and the panel. And he has to start all over again. A little bit of a swirly wind now coming in. Rain expected this afternoon. Beautiful, clear, sunny skies at the moment. A few clouds around, so not bad weather for working sheep, but just that little bit of a breeze and the anticipation of a storm has got these sheep a little bit upset. And all morning they've been challenging the dogs and making the handlers have a tough morning. Lots of retireds, a few crosses. But there's been a couple of scores and some good ones too, so certainly doable. We just need the right dog and the right set of sheep. They've got to that spot a couple of times now. You can see they're getting much heavier to move. And Jim can get them before they turns them into their mouth. She didn't want to let him go, that little dog. That little dog, I think it's a he, Toke. He didn't want to let him go, and he nearly stopped them from going right through the obstacle, but got there in the right time, so they didn't get a run on. And away he goes. He's heading to the race. And he's got them moving pretty nicely now. Just tickling them along, keeping them on course. And 3 all lined up pretty well. A bit of a run on. There's Toke out to the front. Giving them room to move, but making sure they don't run past him. And just getting away from Jim a little bit. Well, they're well positioned in front of that obstacle. And Toke's just held them up. And didn't really get a lot of work on them at the gap. Hasn't actually educated them to obstacles really well yet. So we'll see what this does. This first real confrontation, although they've slipped down the side by the look of it. Just snuck down to the far side of the race. So 1 point for a nose, 2 points once the full sheep gets down the side, and 3 points if they do a lap. And it's pretty easy to lose them. You can see with those big scores that have been posted earlier in the trial how impressive they would have been. He's rolled them around, poked them through, as nice as you like. Well done. Takes straight onto them, getting them in line, hoping to head them off up the ground towards the bridge. So the obstacles get progressively more difficult. Starts with the flat panels, with the gap, into a race, and now the bridge where they've got to go up the ramp. Sometimes can be quite challenging. The sheep take the dog on. They feel the pressure of the ramp, and you got to push them up there. They just broke off course a little bit then, and they've come back on the other side. And you see the distance Toke's giving them. He's really right off them. And Jim works his way to the handler's circle in front of the bridge. Let's see what these sheep are like. They've moved pretty well. They're pretty happy to move. But they haven't really cooperated by staying on course, having little runs. You can see that front sheep still got its head up, still not totally relaxed. And Toke steps in, heading on towards the bridge because he can turn their heads. Kind of looking towards it. And he's got 4 minutes left, got plenty of time to get to the pen if he can get this bridge without too much trouble. A little challenge, little stomp of the feet. And Jim just taking his time. He's got them well positioned. He doesn't want to get them to explode out of there. If he can hold them there as long as he can. Little confrontation, little spook. That sheep just looking at the Toke, not looking at the bridge. He's going to have to do something soon. Jim's just moving him left and right a little bit. And get that sheep to turn off him. Drifting off, going to go down the side if he's around there to cover it. Turns him towards it, rolling. Oh, one's had a break. Dog's onto it. Good job. He's livened up. Things have livened up now. Will they get down the side? Toke's there to cover it. They're right at the edge of that wing just not playing. If he upsets them, they could run. Rolling them around. Here we go. Had a look. Turn back onto the dog. Oh, and they've come out to challenge him. Boy, Toke had to hold his ground there. He gave it a little nip, turned them, popped them back in again. It was lovely work, but it hasn't paid off. They haven't gone over. And the sheep are just getting a little bit stroppy. They feel the pressure. Here we go, a little jump on. He's grabbed hold of it, and the judges said that's enough, or Jim has too. Well, that pressure just built, didn't it? And unfortunately for Jim, the little dog hung on a little bit too long. So Jim ends the day with a retired or disqualification. We'll see what the score is. And he lives to fight another day.
Get some Dogpro Plus working dog. Reason one, your dogs never have a day off. They're consistently working and they need the good fuel to keep them going. And that's exactly what Dogpro Plus working dog is. Firstly, it's a proud Australian-owned business and the product is made here in Australia. It's made out of Aussie beef. It's got 25% protein, 15% fat, and power-packed energy for performance. Reason three, it's good for their joints, their skin, their hair, their immune system. This product is jam-packed of good stuff for your working dogs. And also, no added colors, flavors, or preservatives in this product. Look at all that good stuff. Made for your working dogs here in Australia. Make them perform better with Dogpro Plus working dog. The best dog food in the game. Click the link below to get yours today.
With Knights Barney, John, another Queenslander. And so far, in my little stint as commentary, and the sheep are winning. They've had a little jump over the flags. Headed back to the back fence. The judge will just hold tight. Wants them a little bit further than that, I think. Give the dog, needs a little bit of depth behind. If he can get behind them with a bit of depth, he's got a chance to pick them up. Judge is happy. John's ready, and unfortunately for John, the dog's done a full lap around him and crossed. So that's the end of that. Well, we're not having a lot of fun here at the Dogpro Supreme with the dogs and sheep. Unfortunate for John. Let's hope we can get a decent run in a moment.
Okay, thank you.
sheep are running mad, you lose a lot of points.
Grappling switch. Oh, welcome back. We're ready to go again. Bernard McGlashan from Tasmania takes up his position at the handler's post. A couple of the big guns coming through now with their dogs. We'll see, hopefully see a bit better runs. But certainly the sheep have been a challenge this morning. And Bernard judged the Interstate Challenge earlier, a couple of the runs, a couple of the rounds. Very experienced trialer, represented Australia last year over in New Zealand, was part of the winning team. This year has been elected judge manager for the Australian team. He's out there with Grathland Switch. Another white dog. And you see straight away the sheep are looking at the dog. And even walking a little bit towards it. Switch is moving in. Can she impress them? Oh, one's had a run. It's going to be quick. Oh dear, this doesn't look good. A single sheep with a dog after it. He's going to go back and get the other two. This is a challenging situation. And 2 on 1. And Bernard's going to get the 2. Left the one alone. That's not the start he would have liked. Switch is working the 2 and not back to the 1, so he doesn't want to bring the 2 down here. He's got to bring them all. And that little one, the other one that ran away, is sitting in the shade. It becomes a bit hard to see sometimes for the dogs. It's just sitting there, staying still, and it can easily get lost. You see Bernard working really hard to get that sheep to turn and point it towards the other 2, but oh, it's not interested. And it's made the gap. He's given it away. Yep. Save that dog for another day. So we hoped for a decent run. But these 3 sheep had other ideas. And that ends the trial.
Big day. Other one tomorrow. Reliable fuel for dogs who work today and go again tomorrow.
Al Hort, our next competitor, or next victim, depends on how you look at it. Al, another one of our Tasmanian reps. Glen Murray Sammy sends him off to on the right-hand cast. Another white dog. We haven't had much luck with the white dogs this morning. The sheep have decided that there's something to look at. And it's happening again, that single sheep. Just running towards the dog, and now he's heading for the hills. Dog's got to be quick, gets there. Goodness me, what a start. And they've come out fired up already. Sammy just checking in with the boss. What would you like me to do? Just get him under control, Al will be saying. Get him under control. And get him down to me in as best shape as you possibly can. These three came out a bit fired up, and they've just drifted off now to the left. So it's not the straight draw that he would have liked. And Sammy on the heads of the sheep now. What can he do? Takes a step in. The sheep looking to get out of there. Straight away leads out. Turns their heads in the right direction now. That's a good move. But again, they're not staying together even. They're trying to split up. Rolls them around. So each time they make those sort of metres left or right, the judge will deduct a point or two. 9 metre corridor. They want them to stay in 9 metres. So if they head 4 metres one way, 4.5 metres one way, or 4.5 metres the other way, the clicker gets clicked. You can see how tight it needs to be, and you can see where they started off to the right, and they've moved all the way to the left, and now they're back to the close to where the middle is. And every move they make hits you on the scoreboard. Al's just come back into trialling after a big hiatus down in Tassie, and he's done really well to make the team for Tasmania. Putting himself a team of dogs together again to get back into trialling, and obviously his previous experience and the bunch of dogs he's got together have put him in good stead. So Sammy's inching his way forward. Pretty happy to walk in this dog. Nicely done. Very calm, forward moving. And Al just making sure they don't break back between the dog and him into that gap. Here they go, looking at it. Oh, he just went a bit early then. He sends him back to the tail. He's aware of it. The dog's aware of it. If they get around that post, they're going to be off, and there they go. Head of steam down the ground, straight at the dog. He's there, didn't flinch. Had to pull him up. And Al's just inching them back into that corridor now. Reversing Sammy off, give him some room, give him somewhere to go. Al's got a bit of pace up too. He realises he can't muck around. Time is always an issue. Hasn't taken too long, but now he's starting to leave him behind. So a combination, off course, left behind, and sometimes when you get too far away from your sheep, dog can lose a bit of confidence. They're having a run again. Every time he comes off the head, they make a break for it. And it's not a little one. Heading down the course many metres. It's a nice little moving dog, nice and strong. Tail down, relaxed, open mouth. Happy to step in. And these three sheep just have a mind of their own, it seems. I don't know that they're cooperating, but it seems like they're saying, you go that way, I'll go this way, and that'll beat him. So around they go, pointing them in the right direction now. So what can Al do? A little skip in their step. Oh, and they rotated quickly. And it wasn't much of an overrun. It was just a slight overrun, and it spun them back. It looked like they were going in the right direction, and then the little dog just got ahead of them, and now the sheep's walking at the dog. The challenge is on. He's going to have to do something to impress him. Hold his ground, did a nice job. Away they go again. The position much better now. Let's get them through the gap, Al, and we'll be away. And sometimes they go through the gap and take off, so he'll be aware of that. I'll be wanting them to just tickle them through, get them a little bit educated here, hold them, break them in. Try and get their minds to relax and realise the dog's no threat if you keep moving. A little settled and settling a little bit, rolling around, nicely positioned. I haven't had a look yet, but they're just in a good position. Here we go. 1, 2, 3 they go. And Al's elected to send her left, send him left, catch their heads, and they've just got a little bit off course there. See that draw to the let out, it's so strong. The sheep can see or smell their mates behind the fence, and that's where they want to head. So the dog's got to have a little bit of strength. Oh, he's going for a run, having a bolt. What's he going to do? That sheep just got away from him. And that's where it went, straight back to the let out. Sammy was up to it, got there, turned it back, but once again, meters have gone. And now there's a bit of a fight on. He's going to have to work hard to get him off. These Dogpro signs at the back, the draw is very strong. You see, he just keeps putting up the blockers. But they're pretty well off course on the right-hand side. Not exactly where Al would like them. But going by what we've seen this morning, he's done better than most. He's got them around that first half of the course, heading towards the race. But boy, it's a battle. It's been a battle. Every inch he gets, the sheep try and take 4. Some of these guys have brought a team of dogs along, and this is probably one of Al's first dogs. He'll just be getting the feel for the ground, feel for the sheep, when he brings out his big guns later in the trial. Sammy just coming around now, getting them pretty well placed. You can turn their heads. When they're looking at the dog, they're not looking where they're going, and that's exactly what you don't want. You want to turn off that dog as much as you can, and the white dogs are pretty good at settling sheep, but often to the point where they don't move. So they're right in front of that obstacle now. Oh, a little bit off. So roll them around. Oh, a little breakaway. Just got to show them there's a gap. Here they go. Had a look. Oh, 1 down the side, 2 down the side, and all 3 went. It's a frustrating game. Just at the back of the obstacle now, in the middle. Dog's on the head. He's got to just bring them around that wing. And you can see how tough it is. Handler's not allowed to help. He's got to stand there and direct. He's using hand signals to do it. And a few voice commands, no doubt, that we can't hear from where we're at, but I'm sure he's telling the dog what he wants. And then the dog's also got to take responsibility for the sheep, so got to listen and then anticipate. We ask a lot. So he's moved them around the front now. Can he roll them in? What can he do? Come on, Sammy. One out, one rolled. Nicely, having a look. Well positioned. Rolls them around. Oh, look at that. Beautifully done. That was a lovely bit of work. So Al sets himself up. He wants to bring them sheep back on course before he goes. Get them moving. Having a little shuffle now. Trying to get that leader to step to the front. Now Sammy backwards and forwards, covering both sides. They're in the corridor. They're sitting nicely, working well. Al's motoring along. Only 3 minutes left on his timer, so he's got to get a move on. Only just enough time to get that gate shut on the pin, and he wouldn't want too much to go wrong here at the bridge. And we've seen that this has been a tough obstacle. And the sheep have fronted up the dogs here and brought out the worst in them. And once again, the sheep look at the dog. Al's got them moving, heading the right direction. They're right in front. Well positioned. Well done, nicely done. Get them over, come on. Oh, they've turned right at the foot of the ramp. They've just turned on the dog. He had them going. They're looking to go. One's still in a good position. If he goes up, he'll take the others. They've all turned. And out they come. Boy, it's a frustrating game sometimes. You wouldn't have counted on that. He had them going. They're rocking and rolling. They're going to go up that ramp and over, and he was going to head to the pen. He had it in his mind. But the sheep had other ideas. And we're back in the challenge again. Oh, he had to hit him. And that sheep's headed for home. Well, that's pretty tough for Al, and time's going to beat him because that sheep is not going to play. He's away all the way to the let out, and Al stepped out of the circle. So that was bad luck. Tough trial. And we'll be back with a few more in just a moment. Beautiful.
Thanks to Simon for his well-informed commentary. We now have Anthony Island with Wangabara Alley. That I don't know, Dan. As a result of the way the sheep are behaving with the dogs over the last 5 or 6 runs, if the judges were using a clicker, they'd probably get tenosynovitis, but they're using paper. That wasn't the best of casts, as there's still not formally a lift, but getting close to it. Supporters of Anthony, don't start weeping yet. This dog has some character. Anthony supporters, start getting out the boxes of Kleenex. There's not been a lift yet. They've just been running side to side. Well, there's been a lift, but not in the right direction, tragically. Simon Leering, who had Kipper, and Anthony Moore, who had Flex, both were softer dogs and seemed to get on well with the sheep. The dogs since then have more energy, or apparently more energy, and more vigour, and seem not to be settling the sheep, just rather unsettling them. I assume the sheep have come from the same mob, and I don't want to occur what occurred yesterday, namely they ran short of sheep as a result of a rerun. There's been one rerun so far today, so the organisers may have only enough sheep for every run, no reruns. We'll find out towards the end of the afternoon. Ali has got them around the winding peg, but not yet on course for the gap. This dog doesn't seem to settle the sheep, just cause them to run. At least two, three. One, of course, and then two for 18 metres. These sheep have a mind of their own. Wherever they see an open space, they'll run to it to avoid the dog. But Ellie's got them through, which is well done, given the way the sheep are behaving. In fact, getting any obstacle the way these sheep are behaving is a fine achievement. And these are all experienced trialers that no matter how bad it is, they will persevere and not walk off unless they really think it's hopeless. And that's to their credit. Keep on going because you don't know what you'll get and what others will get, and you still may get a place in either the open or the novice in the top 20. We started at 65 this morning and we're now up to 86. It's about 10 past 11, so the trials are moving along at a very reasonable pace. Again, well done, with difficult sheep getting them through. Anthony had them well set up, contrary to the way they wanted to be. These sheep have a mind of their own. On course, moving gently towards the wings of the bridge. Well, they were. Ali is tireless in his movements. They went into the wings, but then facing the straight way, and then were turned, unfortunately, because Abby moved a little bit further than necessary. But she has them under control now, certainly effectively blocking any escape, but they're not looking in the right way. Still not looking the right way in the wing. And the sheep took on the dog, and Anthony has decided to retire, and that's understandable. Ali was working those sheep reasonably well until the bridge. Is Barry Dean working trap line Jerry with a Queensland registration. Regretfully, we don't have a crib sheet for him. I'm sorry. Barry is a lady. Without glasses, I misread it. Jerry's off on a cast with vigour and enthusiasm. And at 12 o'clock stop is at the point of balance. Apart from milling, the sheep haven't moved yet. So Jerry will be calling up, then stop, slowly applying the pressure to get them to turn and move towards the trailer. Again, no movement of the sheep apart to mill. The sheep seem to be ignoring Jerry's presence. No movement. After 3 minutes.
Angie Snell, that was in the crutches, that he wants to come up and do some commentating. So they're bringing her up, they're just driving her up, so
Did you get my message before?
About Smoko?
Morning tea? No, you had some morning tea.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I forgot about you until you put it there. I thought, oh.
You thought about it then.
Yes,
5 minutes. Very little movement towards the trailer. Time may become an issue again for this dog. Jerry's being called to get up and get up, and whilst doing so, there doesn't seem to be, until now, other than a few paces and then the sheep stop. They seem glued on the dog. Our trailer wants the sheep looking towards her, not looking at the dog. Whilst this open improver trial is going on, in another ring, there is the encourage and novice trial going on at the same time, and that'll continue for several days because there are many competitors. But the committee has organised it so well that one trialer won't have to be called to an open ring or a novice ring at the same time that they're in for the other ring. And that break was tragic, but it was caused by Jerry. And remember, we're still on the draw, and there are only 8 minutes left. They're around. Will Jerry be quick enough to turn them? Yes. Turn them back. And then they decided to run again. And again. But Jerry's got to that and stopped them, almost. But that cost Jerry quite a few points. You can see what's happening out there. They're still off course. Jerry's trying to bring them back on course. He's got them moving now. Not quite on course. Their movements are modest, but they're on course now, and at least looking to the front. That was tragic. The trialer sent the dog one way with a command, changed her mind, sent the dog the other way, and as a result, the sheep went for something like 2 points off course, plus the one for crossing the line. It must be very difficult for these little dogs to hear such diverse commands given almost 1 second after the other. Yes, tragically, time is going to be an issue. But, as was mentioned earlier, trialers with several dogs bring out their weaker dogs to start with, leaving what was described as their big guns until later rounds. So it's not unusual to see time being an issue for many of these dogs. I was talking to Simon, the previous commentator. I'll interrupt that. Unfortunately, that was a cross was coming. So, Berry has decided to retire with the cross, so there will be no score. The next worker is number 88, Troy Evans with Lindsay's Toby. Again, a Queensland registration. Troy Evans is out now. He's only been trialling for 2.5 years, comes from Toowoomba, and the dog started off as pets, and he got involved with trialling, and now is an enthusiastic trialer. Time's been called. And the dog's been sent. Moving head again. These sheep like to move about. And again. The dog hasn't quite stopped them and blocked them. They're frisky, moving around from side to side, walking too far from any corridor they had. And they're now on the draw, but it's a sloppy draw. From your camera you can see that they're at the pen and still haven't started to move purposefully to the trailer. Toby seems to have a presence as he is working some distance from the sheep, and that might be ideal with the way these sheep are frisky. Sheep are still, dogs just started to move. The trailer is telling him to stay where he was, but the sheep move and the dog automatically moves to side to block them. With these sheep you don't know what your dog's personality, and they all have a different personality, will be with the sheep. Some get on, some don't. Toby's being positioned to push the sheep across, but not that far across. He's got to turn them now. He doesn't want to go too far around because he'll turn them to go away from where they're supposed to. Again, the dog went round to block the sheep, but the trailer called him back, but he didn't pass through the alleyway between the two pegs, so that will be at least 1 point, but he's getting them back on course now, gently. It seems the dog has an instinct to go one way, but his master is calling him another way. It's a question of judgment between dog and man. And again, Toby went the wrong way and allowed the sheep to go well and truly off course. Remember, the dog can't be in two positions at once, only chase after the sheep to block them. Toby's effective at blocking them, but sometimes overruns and has the effect of sending them the wrong way. And again, they're taking points willy-nilly, these sheep. They don't care, but we do. Now, how's he going to send Toby? He's got to move the sheep forward and through the gap. But their tendency has to be to run away and to be sent around to block them. Try and push them back again and push them on course. That's a shame. They were starting to look through the gap, and what did they see? Dog in the immediate space where they were supposed to go. So, what did they do? What they usually do? Run. I hope the sheep are getting as tired as Toby appears to be, because he's been running a great distance around this course. Now they're on the edge of the corridor. Toby's been sent towards them, but it's having the effect of moving them very close to being off course again. He should be sending them round, otherwise they're going to run again, and Toby's been sent the other way to block them again. They see an open space and they're quite happy to run to get away from the dog, which has occurred. But Toby's been sent round, he's got them back, but they're running again and splitting. And believe it or not, they actually went through the gap. Sorry, I've been corrected here. The video shows that he hasn't completed the gap. They didn't all go through. The camera close-ups are far more accurate. Obviously that occurred because the trialer is still at the marker. Now they're coming through the gap the wrong way, but at least they're back on course. And Toby's got to go round, and he sent them around beyond the gap. If a judge had a clicker, they'd be getting tenosynovitis. The sheep are peeling the points off for coursework. Got them. Toby's getting a lot of exercise, but was successful then. That's well done. These sheep know where the course is, and they're deliberately avoiding it. And running again past the let out. Toby did block them, but tragically turned them the wrong way. They went backwards. You've got to keep in your mind's eye what the perfect run would be. it would be a cast to the point of stopping when the dog has the sheep under control. The dog moves and the sheep lift and come directly to the trailer. They're turned and they walk down the corridor on the right-hand side of the trailer within 2 to 3 metres, no more, neither behind or ahead. The trailer gets to the ring and the sheep walk straight through the gap, turn and walk in a straight line on course to the race, again with the trailer keeping the same pace, the sheep on his right-hand side within 4 metres of him. As the trailer gets to the race, he steps into the ring and the sheep go straight through. They turn promptly, come on course, and in another straight line, again with the trailer walking the same pace, straight over the bridge, drop off, then turn, and in the corridor go straight to the bridge, so the pen, with the trailer again walking. That's the ideal result, and a deviation from that, particularly going off course, is where you have points taken. So there you have in your mind what the perfect run would be. And ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you do see dogs with 100.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Angie Snell and I'll be with you this afternoon for a little bit. On course now we have Clinton Hall with Trapline Bear. Clinton is from Dalby, Queensland, and works as a rural contractor with livestock. And Clinton is off heading for the gap with just under 10 minutes to go. Clinton's dog, Trapline Bear, was equal first in the improver at the last start at Chinchilla at the Queensland Supreme. Fairly successful dog, as is Clinton a successful handler. His sheep are just a little bit off course, but he's going to hopefully line them up and put them through the gap. Nice job. Clinton's got them through the gap. He's now got to head for the race. Ideally keeping those sheep within the corridor for maximum points.
A lot of people use it for training and going back and say, what did I do wrong with it?
I knew everything that I did wrong, but I was really impressed with the dogs. I couldn't see what he was doing. Clinton's just trying to line those sheep up to put them through the race. He spent most of his life in Northern Australia, Clinton did. Horses and dogs are his passion. And he says handling horses and good dogs are a privilege. I tend to agree with him there. Those sheep are through the race and now they're headed for the bridge. Again, ideally keeping them within the corridor for maximum points. That was nice work up over the bridge. Headed for the pen. Clinton has just under 2 minutes to go. that's a pen for Clinton and Bear with 5 seconds to go. We'll have a score shortly for Clinton and Bear.
Push up. Push 'em up. Push 'em up.
Big day. Other one tomorrow. Reliable fuel for dogs who work today and go again tomorrow.
Working dogs, you already know one thing. They don't stop. Early mornings, long days, hard work. So what you're feeding them actually matters. That's why I use Dogpro Plus Working Dog. It's proudly Australian owned and Australian made product, built for our conditions, not overseas ones. This is a complete and balanced formula designed to keep your dog in peak condition, high protein to support muscle and recovery, healthy fats to keep their energy up all day, plus essential vitamins and minerals for strong bones, immunity and overall health. And it's not just performance. You'll notice it in their coat.
Clinton Hall and Trapline Bear scored a 60.5. On course now we have Lynn Fisher and Gibson's Link. Link's just trying to move those sheep away from the pen. Always difficult when they get up against an obstacle like that. Lynn is an encourage worker from Queensland over near Bow Desert. She's a pretty good handler too, I know, because she beats me on the regular. They're off on their way to the gap. Hopefully those sheep come back on course and she doesn't lose too many points. Lynn's been trialling for about 10 years now. Her dog, Gibson's Link, is a 9-year-old with pretty good breeding. She says he's a bit of a prankster. Hopefully not too many pranks on course.
Advocate Ultra Chew. Mudball. Lunchtime. Mittens. Size 9. Sitting in a hole. All right.
Dogs are gonna dog. Protect yours with Advocate Ultra Chew, the only all-in-one chew that kills tapeworms too. New Advocate Ultra Chew.
On course now we have Doug Taylor and MGH Zila. Ideally, we want to bring those sheep up in a straight line from where the dog picks them up, and then we have to put them around the left-hand side of the handler and behind them through the two orange pegs before they can leave that starting post. And they're off down towards the gap. Peeled a few points off there outside the corridor. And Doug is from New South Wales. Often comes up for a few trials in Queensland every year. And a pretty successful trialer, I believe. And Doug has stopped in his ring there and is trying to get those sheep back on course and line them up to go through the gap. On course now we have Barry Payton and Dunorlan Tomo. That's a retire for Barry. Sheep just a bit runny. We're going to have a half-hour break now, and then we will return. Welcome back to the Dogpro Supreme Australian Championships. We're here with the Open and Improver in Stanthorpe, Queensland, where it is a beautiful 20 degrees right now.
Trying to thaw out and get some heat through me so when it's cold tomorrow.
I don't think it's been too bad, considering it's Stanthorpe. It's not unusual for it to snow at this time of year at Stanthorpe. On course now we have Martin Waddington with Nolan's Digger. That was nicely done around the winding peg or the starting post. Martin has been trialling for 20 years and he enjoys 3 sheep as well as yard and utility trialling. He's from Tasmania. This is his 3rd time representing Tasmania in the Ted Gaby, which was held on the weekend. Always good to represent your state. The dog he's working is Nolan's Digger, a black and white male collie bred by Jenny Nolan, who is a strong dog with good cover and has been fairly successful for Martin. Nicely done through the gap. Headed for the race. Hopefully those sheep stay in that corridor and stop pinching those points. Martin's got those sheep through the race, and now we're headed for the bridge. Just all week these sheep have been pinching points, and I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. Through the bridge and heading for the pen with 6 minutes left to go. That was some very nice work there to get those sheep straight in that pen. And that's a pen for Martin Waddingham and Nolan's Digger. Well done. On course now we have Carmen Blythe with Blythe's Twiggy. That was a very unfortunate cross for Carmen.
Advocate Ultra Chew. Mudball. Lunchtime. Mittens. Size 9. Sitting in a hole. All right.
Dogs are gonna dog. Protect yours with Advocate Ultra Chew, the only all-in-one chew that kills tapeworms too. New Advocate Ultra Chew.
Advocate Ultra Chew. Mudball. Lunchtime. Mittens. Size 9. Sitting in a hole. All right.
Dogs are gonna dog. Protect yours with Advocate Ultra Chew, the only all-in-one chew that kills tapeworms too. New Advocate Ultra Chew.
Push up. Push him up. Push him up.
Big day. Other one tomorrow. Reliable fuel for dogs who work today and go again tomorrow.
Come away. Rock me. I thought they put the flags up there to the rock.
On course now, we have Gordon Curtis with Binnaburra Marvin. Gordon is on his way to the Gap. Gordon's actually from Western Australia, so a long way from home. He's been trialling for over 30 years and has repped for WA in both yard and 3 sheep trials. Binnaburra Marvin is 5 years old, black and tan male Kelpie, and he competes in both arena trials and yard and utility. He's a good all-round dog for work, going well so far. I wholeheartedly agree with Go the Kelpies, definitely my favourite. Big old black and tan dog with pointy ears is a favourite. Mine are pointy. And that's through the Gap for Gordon and Marvin. I'm going to head over to the race now, and as always, hopefully them sheep stay in the corridor and stop peeling points. They're a little bit outside the corridor there. They've just got to come back towards Gordon a little bit. Just a smidge. Gordon's sheep are just wanting to duck up the side of that race there. Always difficult when they want to do that, and always points gone. Got one there that doesn't want to play the game for sure. One sheep giving a little bit of trouble whenever there's a bit too much pressure. Makes it very, very difficult. There we go. He had them lined up nicely in the end there. Never game to say that though until they actually go through. Be known to jinx a few people, as we all have. Headed for the bridge now. That was a very unfortunate cross then for Gordon. Pesky sheep jumped up over the dog. Anyway, these things happen in trialling. On course now we have Ken Gelbert and MGH Winston. Ken is from South Gippsland, Victoria, and he's a grazier. He's been working dogs since he was a kid. At 6 years of age, he'd have to go down the beach with his pony to collect sheep that had wandered out from underneath the fence if a wombat had interfered with the fence. He'd chase them 13 miles down the beach, so fair bit of experience with dogs there by the sounds of it. He's been a fairly successful handler. Was 5th in the novice at the Australian Supreme in Port Fairy. Won all 3 classes at the Victorian Arena Championships. Was in the top 20 at the Dolby Supreme. The dog he's out there with is MGH Winston, who's also been a fairly successful dog. Ooh, and through the gap they go. Headed for the race. Lost a couple of points there. Oh, that's a very speedy gallop across the paddock there. Out of the corridor there at the moment, but hopefully you can tuck them back in. There we go. Ken's got one sheep there that just does not want to comply, which makes things quite difficult. And he's got to bring them back round to the other side of the race and line them up. He's got 6 minutes left on the course or thereabouts. We'll see if he can do it. Expert I am not. I'm still only an encourage handler myself, but certainly watched a few runs over the years. On course now, we have Monique Newman with Shonda Cora. Monique is from Queensland. She runs her own business, and I'm pretty sure she actually did most of the work training this little dog herself. Apologies if I'm wrong, but she's had her since she was quite young, and has had a little bit of success with her. Very good handler for someone that hasn't been in the sport for a... hasn't been in the sport very long, relatively speaking. Sheep are just a little bit off course there, and Monique's got to push them back on course and line them up for the gap. Seem to be, all the sheep today seem to be wanting to drift that way, that side of the gap. Of course, that's back towards the let out, which is a pretty common thing that the sheep like to do. Just got to tuck them in there a little bit and line them up and hope for the best. Oh, she's got one, hasn't quite gone through. There we go. Through the gap and onto the race. And as they have been, the sheep have just ducked out the corridor a little bit. Hopefully they can... Pardon? Well, they are just in. Good job. Hopefully they stay in on their way to the race. That looked promising for a moment there. Like they might just run straight through, but no. As sheep do, they've ducked around the side, peeled a few points. Oh, a little bit of trouble at the race here. The sheep have nearly gone through and turned back. But she's got him out. Well done. Onto the bridge now. Oh, they're back in the gap, are they? In the race. Might have decided it was better in there than out being chased by the dog. It's a difficult position to be in there. I think she might have got them, possibly. Gets a bit tricky, higher risk of crossing and all that kind of stuff when your sheep are doing things like that. Ooh, there we go. That was an unfortunate cross for Monique. Yeah. Always disappointing as a handler when that happens. On course now, we have Dave Lacey and Brands Hatch Tusker. Dave's just lining those sheep up nicely so that they hopefully stay in that corridor as he moves out of the ring. He's going to be pushed for time a little bit, but sometimes taking your time on that cast, lift and draw can have good effects later on when after you've broken the sheep in. It can often be a quick round and a successful round. Was certainly one of the nicer walks to the gap I've seen this afternoon. We'll see if he can get them through the gap. I'm not going to say anything. Don't want to jinx it. There we go. They were lined up fairly nicely. He's got just under 7 minutes left. We'll see if we can make it round in time. Nicely in the corridor so far. It may well have benefited him taking his time on that cast, lift and draw. Time will tell. Another tidy walk across the corridor and straight through the race. I think we're seeing a little bit of experience happening here. He's got just over 5 minutes left and 2 obstacles to go. The bridge is always a little bit more difficult because they have to walk up and over it. Oh, there they go. Nicely done. Heading for the pen with nearly 4 minutes left. Yeah, that's the benefit of taking your time on that lift and draw and breaking your sheep in, I think. Yeah, those experienced fellas seem to have a knack for doing that. He's peeled a few points there, but hopefully he can get this back on course and lined up and in that pen. He's got him in there nicely. All he's got to do now is shut that gate, which is sometimes harder than it sounds. Beautifully done. That was quite a tidy round, so hopefully we'll get a score in a minute, and I reckon it'll probably be a fairly decent one. On course now we have Richard Gibson and Gibson's Fleur. Dave Lacey got an 84.5. Pretty good score. What place do we have for Dave? He's currently in 6th place. The sheep aren't wanting to have a bar of anything that's going on. Run back down the grounds. Richard's actually been trialling for 12 months and has won 3 Encourage trials, so he's out of Encourage and has actually placed in 2 open finals with dogs bred by his dad, Jeff Gibson, which is a name that any seasoned trialer would most certainly know. And Richard is off with just over 7 minutes left to go. It's not a lot of time to get around this course, but I guess we'll see if he can do what Dave Lacey just did and get round in lightning speed. Gibson's Fleur is a 5-year-old by Gibson's Cole out of Gibson's Sooty. On course now is Renelle Welton with Dungara Dutch. That was an unfortunate cross for Renelle and Dutch. Douche. Dutch. Douche. I'm not sure. Anyway, we'll have Michael Rigby up next. On course now, we have Michael Rigby and Jackson's Joker. Whose sheep just landed on the wrong side of Mick then, and he had to bring them right back around. I can relate to that. Happened in my run yesterday. Now, Mick is actually the president of the Queensland Working Sheepdog Association. He resides out there in Western Queensland where he manages a station. He's been there about 20 years. I'm not sure how long he's been dog trialling, but it's been a while, and he's certainly been in the livestock game his whole life. Jackson's Joker, I believe, was bred by Tony Jackson, who's also out there in Western Queensland. It should be interesting to see how far they get round this course and if they can manage to get them sheep in the pen. Straight through the gap, lovely work. Just got to walk them across to that race now and hope they stay in that corridor. It's all very easy to say, but not so easy when you're actually out there trying to achieve it. Joker's tucked him back in a bit closer to Mick, to the centre of the corridor there. Nice job through the race there. We'll just give it a minute to get those sheep back lined up where he wants them. And he'll be off to the bridge. Here he goes. He's got just over 8 minutes left. Plenty of time to get this job done.
I'm just grabbing my jacket. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so yeah, we'll have to.
Joker just inching those sheep closer into the mouth of the bridge there. I would say from personal experience that the bridge is the most difficult obstacle on course. The sheep have their vision obscured just a little bit by the raised platform. They don't tend to want to look through the obstacle. That was some nice work from Joker there. It is very difficult to correct the sheep in that position without having them come back out of the mouth of the bridge. They haven't turned to see the opening yet. Oh, we've got one looking. Just need that one sheep to see the out and take it. The other two will usually follow. In theory, of course. He's got just under 3 minutes left. Oh, Joker needs just a little bit more, but then you can go a little too far. That's a fine line between enough pressure and too much.
Oh,
30 seconds to go. I don't know that he's going to get them. It's a difficult one. Sometimes if you can get a little bit of sideways motion from your dog, you can get them up and over. If anyone knew how to work their dog over the bridge, it'd be Mick, so I'm sure he knows what he's doing out there. There we go, that is time. Now he'll get a score, but he'll lose points for the bridge and the pen that he didn't complete. On course now we have Macca McConnell and Walkendie Roy. One of Macca's sheep have quit on him there. Trying to get out of a run around the ring, I think. On course, we have Scott Smith with MGH Gem. Scott is from Dubbo, New South Wales, where he is actually a zookeeper. It says here the mostly works with black rhinos and elephants. The dog he has on course with him is MGH Gem, who was the National Sheepdog Trial Champion in 2025 in the Open and is the current New South Wales State Championship. Current New South Wales champion for 2026 in the Open. Scott's got some runny sheep there, not wanting to play in the game. It's never fun being out there and watching your sheep gallop around the ground. He's a pretty experienced handler by the looks, and he might get this back on track yet. Took a little bit of skill there to get those sheep back on course. And through the... Oh, not quite. I better not speak too soon. There they go, through the gap. Our score doesn't always reflect the quality of work that went on out in the paddock. It's nicely across the corridor. Scott's now got to line them up for the gap. For the race, rather. Not used to having this extra obstacle in my course. And he's through the race. Oh, he's having a little bit of trouble with them back in. Oh, he's going to clear that nicely. Headed for the bridge with just under 5 minutes left. having a few problems at the mouth of the bridge. One sheep doesn't want to play the game. A little bit too much pressure and he runs out, but he's got him over and headed for the pen with just under 2 minutes to go. Scott not wasting any time there. He's penned the sheep with 20 seconds to go. Well done, Scott. On course now we have Lisa Brax and Woodview Doris. Doris is a great name for a dog, I have to say. Sheep were a little bit runny at the start there, but hopefully she can get them up, and it might work in her favour a little bit as she goes around the course. Fingers crossed. Now, Lisa's decided that her dog probably won't get those sheep up, so she has retired. Probably a good choice. On course now, we have Grant Cook and Grass Valley Palmer. Grant has retired. On course now we have Gary Barker and Anderson's Shuffle. Gary's doing a pretty nice job of bringing those sheep up, or Shuffle is doing a nice job, I should say, of bringing those sheep up. Very nicely done by Gary and Shuffle. They're heading off with 9 minutes left on the clock. Which isn't actually a lot of time, but if anyone can do it, Gary definitely can. Gary is from Queensland. Very talented trialer. Teaches a lot of the Queensland trialers up here, or helps them with their dogs. Has had a lot of success in trialling over the years. Very talented man. He judged the Supreme last year, so that's saying something. And they're through the gap. Just over 6 minutes to go. Those sheep gave Shuffle a bit of a run for his money down there. One definitely didn't want to play the game. Nicely done with the race. Now he's just got to line them up and head for the bridge. He's got 4.5 minutes left. Plenty of time to get this done, all going well. He's got them in the mouth there, lovely. He's just got to put enough pressure on to get them over without blowing them. Oh, bit too much. It's all right. No. He got it back well. Oh, and again. Such a fine line between enough pressure and too much. He's got him up and over. Headed for the pen with 2 minutes left. He's got 1 minute on the clock. We'll see if he can line them up and get them in. It's looking okay, but you don't want to count your chickens before they hatch in this game. He's going to be very aware. He's got 20 seconds left on the clock. Just wants those sheep to settle a little bit before he moves to shut the gate. Here he goes. Beautifully done with 4 seconds left. Well done, Gary. On course now we have Andrew Grace and Shondar Houston. Andrew's just trying to get those sheep to come around in front of him on his left-hand side. Oh, I reckon Mick might prefer his anti-clockwise side. Doesn't quite want to come around the top of those sheep. Understand what that's like. I had the same trouble yesterday with my dog. Let us know in the comments where you've been watching from today so we can see where you're all from. Andrew has retired. He decided he wasn't going to be able to get those sheep around where they needed to go. Sometimes it's better to just quit while you're ahead. On course now we have Damien Veneris and Shonda Stanley. The sheep aren't too keen on moving this afternoon. It's getting cooler and later in the afternoon, and I'm not sure they're that keen on being involved. Damien has decided to retire there. He didn't think his dog would be successful in moving those sheep, obviously. I better give him a quick mention that Damien's business, Steel Rod Engineering, actually built the beautiful obstacles that we're using here today, and are a major sponsor of the Dogpro Supreme Australian Championships. Two to go. On course now we have Andrew Heath and Turata Meg. That's what he says next to it. Meg. And to have an eye removed as a young dog due to mismanagement. Meg did a nice job then. Them sheep were really not wanting to cooperate. She held it together well. And he is off, headed for the gap. Andrew is from New South Wales, but he actually grew up in Stanthorpe, attended school in Warwick and university in Gatton. He currently manages a 5,000 acre property in central west New South Wales. Oh.
Western District of Victoria. I can tell you that much.
On course now, we have Mike Depler and Depler's Spot. about, I've only got 3 tarps on it. I just want to put one at the bottom and the top so it's not running underneath. Mike is off, headed towards the gap. Now, Mike is from Western Victoria, Western District, Victoria. He's given us permission to make it up, so I'm going to say that Spot, who he's obviously bred, has a smidge of Kelpie in him. That'll stir the pot a little bit. Oh, dear me. He's...
South Australian broiler got this official green just 2 weeks ago, so it must be green.
Possibly. Oh, dear. Spot's got one sheep there that does not want to cooperate. He wants to go home. It is later in the evening. Sheep tend to get a little bit more difficult. Sometimes. They have gotten a little bit runnier as the afternoon's gone on. Got to bring him back over to the gap and see if he can get them through. He's a fair way off course, so he's will have lost a few points there. Always frustrating standing in the ring when the sheep are nowhere near the corridor or the obstacle. You just stand there and hope you can get it all back on track. Well, he's through the gap and headed for the race. Got 6.5 minutes left, thereabouts. This part of the course is much tidier than the last. Oh, he's walked. He figured he'd lost enough points already and wasn't going to be real successful with that obstacle, obviously. Oh. Oh, that's it for this afternoon. We'll be back. Oh, scratch that. We've got one more. On course now we have Lee Foster and Bella Park Chloe. And they're off towards the gap. Lee had a beautiful run down at the novice ring yesterday with one of her novice dogs. I think she scored a 93 if I remember correctly. Was certainly sitting in the top score for some time, possibly still even there. Lee's just trying to get those sheep back on course and line them up for that gap. They're really not wanting to cooperate. We've dropped down to 17 degrees and there's a nice cool breeze blowing. Might not be helping the situation at all. Lee will be out there hoping that those sheep settle a little bit and become a little more manageable so she can move them around there to their gap and get them through. And she is off, headed for the race. You got 5.5 minutes left to complete the course. Lee's just got to bring those sheep back around to the right side of the race and hopefully push them through. Time is ticking away. She's got just over 4 minutes left. 3 minutes left to finish the course, and she's got to bring those sheep back to the other side of the race and hopefully push them through.
We'll be back tomorrow morning at 7:30. Tune in then, and hopefully you're enjoying what we're showing you.